So, warmly welcome to the Annual Forum 2024 here in Visby. My name is Anders Bergström, and I'm representing the County Administrative Board here in Gotland, and also the organizers of this year's forum, the Swedish government and the Nordic Council of Ministers. We are so happy that so many of you have gathered here in Visby. I personally feel that it's like coming into a room with 600 people and you feel that you know everyone. I know that it's not exactly so, but you have a feeling that we are here now, the Baltic Sea family gathered. And I know that I talked to some of you when you were traveling here by plane, and they said it's strange to enter a plane with 180 seats and you know everyone. So I think it's proof that the Baltic Sea strategy works. We are really a family working close together. And I hope that we now will have 2 very creative days, a lot of positive meetings, ideas, new colleagues, new friends. Before we let in our first speaker and the welcoming note, I would like also to thank our hosts yesterday, Region Gotland. What an amazing show and meeting. So to Region Gotland. It was spectacular, really, and we all appreciate it so much. So thank you very much. I also have a small note that is not in the program. You have noticed that we have Ukrainian trainers here working in Ukraine with training medical staff for all these wounded people during the shellings. And they will show you how they are working in Ukraine, and they do it at the entrance, and they will do it at the coffee breaks now today. So at the coffee breaks, if you are interested in how it's going on in Ukraine with the work with it's called tactical medicine, go there. So I think we are ready to formally open this. So it's my honor now to give the Prime Minister of Sweden, Ulf Kristersson, the possibility now to welcome us. So welcome, and here is Ulf Kristersson.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of the Baltic Sea region, welcome to the Annual Forum 2024, and welcome to the beautiful island of Gotland at the very heart of the Baltic Sea. Visby was an important town already in the Middle Ages, when the Hanseatic League created one of the most advanced trading networks in this part of the world. As a result, cities all around the sea prospered from trade, investment, and the free movement of new ideas, values that are just as important today. In modern days, Visby has continued to play an important role. A lot of work preceding the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region was carried out here, and it could be said that this town has been instrumental in developing what the strategy has become today. The strategy was the result of a determined effort finalized during the Swedish EU presidency in 2009. Since then, it has proven to be a valuable tool to further integrate Europe, bring different stakeholders together, and solve some of our common challenges. As all of you know, the strategy for the Baltic Sea region has 3 main goals: saving the sea, connecting the region, and increasing prosperity. Through the years, the strategy has consistently improved the situation in this region in all of these areas. I would like to mention just a few examples. Within the strategy, work has been done to address the level of harmful substances in the sea and coastal areas. This is important for human health, the environment, and for companies using natural resources. Under the strategy, projects have contributed to reducing leakage of nutrients from agriculture. An issue that is important for us and our shipping industry is the ability to run traffic all year round. Within the strategy, there are projects to ensure the ability to navigate in winter conditions. This includes both icebreakers and training of staff. I would also like to highlight some of the different projects that aim to improve the labor market. One is the model of one-stop shop youth centers, providing qualified support for vulnerable groups of young people to enter the labor market or to continue their studies. Another example are projects to improve the ability for employees to meet changing demands in the shipping industry. And as you know, these are just some of many examples in the different policy areas. After Russia's full-scale invasion, an important priority for the Swedish presidency of the strategy 2022 to 2023 was to support Ukraine. As a result, Ukrainian trainers have been prepared in areas such as tactical medicine, mine safety, psychological resilience, and democratic citizen engagement. Over 60,000 Ukrainians have been trained in tactical medicine. Ukraine will remain central to the future of European security and a priority for the Baltic Sea region. An integrated and robust Baltic Sea region requires a collective effort to reduce our vulnerabilities and strengthen our resilience and preparedness to face both new and ongoing challenges. The strategy has already started significant work in strengthening cooperation between authorities in, for example, animal health, public health, and food safety. Research projects on antimicrobial resistance and other threats have been initiated, as well as projects with a focus on improved crisis preparedness to make communities safer and more resilient. But most of this important work lies still ahead of us. I therefore wish that the Visby Forum 2024 will address the importance of close and strengthened cooperation and strong neighbourly relations, especially in the current situation of a changing geopolitical landscape that must be jointly addressed. This forum will explore how to achieve that. For Sweden, this regional cooperation is a priority. I look forward to hearing about the results, and I wish you all success for the coming 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister. We have another welcome also from the EU Commission, and it's also my pleasure to welcome Mrs. Elisa Ferreira, EU Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms.
Welcome to you all to this 2024 Annual Forum of the Baltic Sea Strategy. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you. I'm sorry about it, but I really wanted to take the opportunity to associate myself with this important forum. I find the setting for this year's edition highly appropriate. The historic city of Visby on the island of Gotland is a place that has always been a crossroads of cultures, and a place that now stands as a beacon of resilience, cooperation, and shared European values. The war in Ukraine has far-reaching implications for all of us. It has tested our resilience, challenged our security frameworks, and underscored the need for closer cooperation. But resilience does not happen by itself. It is something we must build together. And I think this is the role, or at least one of the roles, of the Baltic Sea Strategy, a framework that allows us to work together on the most pressing issues of our time, working across borders, working across sectors, working at every level of governance. The themes for this year's forum: bioeconomy, energy, transport, they are absolutely central to building resilience, because these sectors are not only vital to our economies, they're also the keys to our long-term competitiveness and sustainability. The bioeconomy is not just a pathway to a more sustainable future, it can also create jobs and spur innovation. Energy is not just good economics, it is at the heart of our security. So we must continue to work together to diversify our energy sources, to enhance energy efficiency, to accelerate the transition to renewable energy. And the Baltic Sea region has the potential to be a leader in this field, setting also an example for the rest of Europe. And in what concerns transport, Transport is not just the lifeblood of a competitive economy. It also connects people and plays a key role also in sustainability. And in each of these fields, bioeconomy, energy, transport, the Baltic Sea strategy plays a key role in helping countries and regions rise to the challenges. With the active support of cohesion policy programs, including just transition plans, and several Interreg cooperation programs. Cohesion policy is more than just investments. It is about shared purpose and mutual support. Cohesion policy aims at ensuring that in reality, not just in words, no region is left behind, and that all of Europe benefits from the opportunities and new opportunities in all these sectors. And in this context, it is highly significant that we are integrating Ukraine into our work. And indeed, Interreg has taken decisive steps in this direction, because with the suspension of collaboration with Russia and Belarus, we have managed to redirect 161 million euros, a very precise figure, but of external funding to programs that benefit Ukraine and Moldova. So Ukraine's inclusion earlier this year in Interreg Europe and Urbact has opened further opportunities for cooperation. Ukraine is therefore now taking part in a total of 7 Interreg programs, as well as in the EU strategy for the Danube region. And this opens support for a wide range of cooperation activities, including solidarity lanes and the development of cross-border transport links, also cooperation in health services, in education, in research, in social inclusion schemes. These are just some of the programs, but they also help Ukraine and Moldova to align with the European standards, to build administrative expertise, administrative capacity, and to prepare for accession to the European Union. Interreg has also taken decisive action to support European Union regions bordering Russia and Belarus, which are heavily impacted by the new wall erected by the unjustified and unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. During my visit to Finland and Estonia last autumn, I witnessed these challenges firsthand. Soon after the start of this aggression, we have amended the implementation rules for the disrupted external cross-border programs, enabling European Union beneficiaries in these regions to fully utilize the available resources. And moreover, we have reinforced and extended the regional coverage of internal cooperation programs in the area of the Baltic, ensuring that all regions previously cooperating with Belarus and with Russia can forge new partnerships within the European Union. I would like to extend my special thanks to the managing authorities of these programs and the Interact program for their continued efforts to ensure that these border regions can benefit the most from their participation in Interreg, helping them navigate these particularly challenging times. Beyond Interreg, I am convinced that the European Union macro-regional strategies play a crucial role in mitigating the impact of crisis. By deepening connections and establishing new trade, research, cultural links, you are building resilience to current and to future external shocks. So as we look into the future, and as we look to cohesion policy beyond 2027, let us ask ourselves, how can we ensure that the Baltic Sea region continues to be a region of peace, of prosperity, of sustainability? I believe that this strategy can play a key role in making this vision a reality. So I welcome ongoing efforts to update the strategy's action plan, ensuring that Baltic Sea cooperation remains relevant, in this quickly changing world. My thanks to the organizers, to the region of Gotland and the city of Visby, and to all of you, all the participants. Your commitment, your vision, and your dedication will take us forward. So thank you very much, and I wish you a very, very fruitful discussion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ferreira. Yesterday, when some of us, well, 500 of us, were in this church ruin, the mayor of Gotland, Mate Folin, said that we stand by you, Ukraine, we are with you. And Gotland is really with Ukraine, are doing a lot of support to Ukraine, and have done it long before the war, because there are close relations between Ukraine, a little village in Ukraine actually, and Gotland. And that's why we now would like to welcome to the floor Peter Knutas. And he will tell you more about your relations with Ukraine and also show pictures therefrom. So the floor is yours. Welcome.
Dear guests, my name is Peter Knutas, and I'm the Vice President of the Old Swedish Village Association, Föreningen Svenskbeborna in Swedish. Together with Sofia Hoas, I'm leading the project on the culture heritage of Gammal Svenskby in Ukraine. Today I want to share the unique story of Gammal Svenskby, or Zmievka in Ukrainian, founded in 1782 by Swedish settlers. 900 farmers from the island of Hiiumaa, now part of Estonia. This village was established under the orders of the Empress Catherine the Great. Despite immense challenges, they preserved their Swedish language and rich traditions for 150 years. After enduring wars, revolution, and famine, many villagers returned to Sweden in 1929, settling primarily on Gotland. Some returned to Zmievka, only to confront the harsh realities of the Holodomor, Stalin's terror, and the World War II. I first visited Zmievka in 2004. Eager to see the land of my grandparents, I was captivated by the beauty of the place and the warmth of its people. Since then, I have returned about 20 times. It has truly become a second home. With Ukraine's independence in 1991, contact between Gotland and Zmievka was able to resume. Since the Old Swedish Village Association has set up a functioning network with the villagers, and has been able to give a helping hand when needed. And in 2001, the region Gotland became a twin city to Zmievka, leading to the democracy projects founded by the International Center for Local Democracy, focusing on sustainability, farming, and culture heritage. On February 24th, 2022, the villagers awoke to explosions as Russia invaded Ukraine. Zmievka was occupied for 7 long months, during which Major Mykola Kurvchak was captured and tortured. Though liberated in November 2022, the villagers remained in the front lines. There are no military targets in Zmievka, yet the village faces constant bombings from the Russian army. What was once a vibrant community now lies in ruins. Schools, health centers, culture houses, and homes have been destroyed. In July, the churches were burnt down by Russian kamikaze drones. Tragically, 15 civilians have lost their lives, including Mikhailo Sushak, an 83-year-old man killed by a drone while fetching water. The Russian army calls this human safari. This is just a grim reminder of the ongoing Russian terror imposed on the Ukrainian people. Most villagers have fled beyond artillery range, leaving about 70 behind. We maintained daily contact with them, reporting on their situation since the war began. We are organizing fundraising efforts based on the urgent needs and have successfully delivered medicine, 500 tons of heating briquettes, and transport vehicles to support them. Looking ahead, Gotland's Museum will launch a culture heritage project in 2025 with support from the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs. This initiative aims to instill hope among villagers and focuses on resilience and culture preservation. Together with the cities of Zmijevka, we aim to create a recovery plan that rebuilds the village into a lively community while maintaining its character. Next year, we will organize a summer camp for Ukrainian children here on our beautiful island of Gotland, providing them a much-needed break from the horrors of war. Together, we stand strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for telling us about this. I have myself visited also Zmijevka twice, and when the war is over, you should definitely go there and meet them and to speak to these ladies and men that speak Swedish. It's now soon time for some music, and we are also very happy that we have two musicians here from Ukraine that will be playing both, one of them today and both of them, well, one of them now in the morning and two of them in the evening at our dinner. And at the moment we are just waiting for Anton Bodarenko because we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so he is not in the room yet, I see, but soon he will come and he will then play for us two piano pieces. So, and first we will introduce to you Maria, that will be telling you a little bit about themselves, about their music, and about the situation, I think, in Ukraine. So, welcome, Maria. And you have not got the microphone. You get the microphone.
So today you will hear two very beautiful works by two Ukrainian composers, Vasyl Barvinsky and Viktor Kosenko. These pieces are part of Ukraine's cultural heritage, which has been under threat for many years. Russia has tried to erase Ukrainian culture and artists, including Vasyl Barvinsky. His works were almost lost forever, as his manuscripts were destroyed. That is why it's so meaningful to have found this course and share them with you today. Both pieces were written in the 20th century, but they speak to us even now. They reflect the feelings and experience of Ukrainians then, feelings that many still can relate to today. We'll start with Barvinsky's prelude, which flows directly into Kosenko's Passacaglia. Both pieces will be played with no break in between. As you listen, you will notice the change. A bright tone slowly turning darker. And this transition represents all the reality of events that began on 24th of February. Thank you.
And now we welcome Anton Budarenko. It's difficult to speak after this. We just want to hear more and be with Anton today. Anton and Maria, you will hear more from this evening, or Maria will play cello. So we will be able to have this privilege, because it's really a privilege. Thank you, Anton, for being with us here in Visby. We will start to talk about our topics of this forum now, and we have our first plenary session that will start directly now. And I'm very happy to invite to the stage the moderator of this session, Maria Thunberg. Welcome to us. Maria is a director at the Research Institutes of Sweden. So very welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anders, and what an amazing performance we just witnessed. I think we're going to rearrange a little bit on the stage. There will be some tables being brought forward, and I would really like to invite my guests up on the stage as well, so that we can get prepared for our first plenary session today. The Baltic Sea region is the home of a dynamic and diverse bioeconomy, spanning agriculture, food, forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture. And as we face increasing geopolitical and climate-related challenges, the resilience of these sectors is paramount to the resilience of society at large. And therefore, we would like to use this plenary dialogue to investigate how the Baltic Sea region can navigate these challenges and create long-term competitiveness and resilience in our bio-based sectors. And we build upon the Karlstad Declaration of the Nordic Council of Ministers, adopted by the Nordic Ministers for Fisheries, Aquaculture, Agriculture, Food and Forestry back in June earlier this year. And in this panel, we will address three key questions. What is necessary to ensure a future resilience and competitiveness in the bioeconomy of the Baltic Sea region? And how can the Baltic Sea strategy contribute to strengthening the long-term competitiveness in our sectors? And also, how can we strengthen the collaboration between this region and Ukraine? And to set the scene for this dialogue, we will later on have two video greetings from Peter Kullgren, Swedish Minister of Rural Affairs, and from Mario Milushev, Director of Directorate D in DG Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Commission. And we also have distinguished guests here participating in the dialogues. We have Kristina Nordin joining us online, since 2018 Director General of the Swedish Board of Agriculture. And the board is the administrative authority in Sweden for agriculture, fishery, and rural areas. And it's also a preparedness authority and part of Sweden's total defense. So warm welcome to Kristina Nordin. We also have Olga Trofimtseva, former Deputy Minister of European Integration and Acting Minister on Agricultural Policy and Food in Ukraine. You've also been the CEO of Epicenter Agro and today leading the agri-food team at Mykolaiv Water Hub. And you bring with you many different perspectives important for our discussion. So thank you so much for coming here today. And last, but definitely not least, we have Thomas Östlund. You're the CEO and founder of a large food production company called Protos. And I know you're the largest brand in Sweden when it comes to organic certified meat, for example. And with more than 1 billion Swedish kronor in turnover, your company is focused on future food based on both animal and plant-based protein. So warm welcome to Thomas Östlund. And my name is Maria Thunberg. I am Director of Research and Business Development at RISE Research Institutes of Sweden, and I have the pleasure to guide us through this conversation today. Now, without further ado, I would like to open up our first video greeting, and it comes from Peter Kullgren, Swedish Minister of Rural Affairs.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Baltic Sea Strategy Annual Forum in Visby and to our first panel discussion. We are living in uncertain times, with recent crises revealing our weakness and highlighting the need for a strong cooperation. This is especially true within the agriculture, fisheries, forestry and food sector, whose importance is clear to all of us. For this reason, the Nordic Council of Ministers adopted the Karlstad Declaration on Preparedness, Robustness and Resilience in June this year. With rising geopolitical tension, countries in the Baltic Sea region face shared challenges, including the need to strengthen food security. However, the challenges vary. Some nations are already self-sufficient and some nations have solid emergency plans, while others face needs. This makes sharing knowledge and experience across the region essential for building resilience. I hope we can strengthen our capacity by working together, including cross-border storage and sharing of essential goods. Several countries within the region already have bilateral agreements for crisis cooperation, which have been strengthened by joint initiatives, the Karlstad Declaration being the most recent. I believe we can deepen our cooperation even further. Strengthening cross-border collaboration to share knowledge, technology and best practices is essential for our region. Supporting sustainable and competitiveness practice in agriculture, forestry and fishery and aquaculture will ensure long-term resource availability. Developing a strong bioeconomy can transfer the region and the EU into a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy, driving the green transition. Using bio-based resources helps lower emissions and reduce dependence on fossil fuels, while joint efforts to boost renewable energy and efficiency are vital for energy security. Strengthening cooperation on crisis preparedness in agriculture and forestry is key to tackle extreme weather and climate-related challenges. This shift not only supports sustainability, but also boosts competitiveness by encouraging innovation and creating new market opportunities. Stronger economic ties and trade with the region will lead to greater prosperity and integration. Closer cooperation within the EU and a stronger single market are crucial for ensuring food safety. The Baltic Sea Strategy can provide a valuable framework for policies that supports preparedness, robustness, and resilience in the bioeconomy sector. By tackling these shared challenges, we can create a stronger, more competitive, and resilient future for our region. Let's use this opportunity to strengthen the collaboration and work toward thriving future for the Baltic Sea region. Thank you so much for your attention.
Minister Peter Kullgren here mentions and emphasizes, I think, a need for strong cooperation in times of uncertainty. And he refers to the Karlstad Declaration and the Baltic Sea Strategy as frameworks for supporting a more resilient and competitive bioeconomy in the Baltic Sea region. And now I'd like to turn to Kristina Nordin and Thomas Östlund, because you both represent important parts of the bioeconomy value chains in our region, but due to your line of work, you represent different perspectives. So starting with you, Kristina Nordin, representing the Swedish Board of Agriculture, could you please provide us with your reflections on the Karlstad Declaration and explain to us what it means to the work that you are leading?
Thank you very much. I would say, of course, that the declaration is very important. It gives us all a very good basis for the necessary future work. And it includes a lot of important focus areas and steps to take in the future. The declaration points out that dialogue and exchange of experience and knowledge is the cornerstone of collaboration, and I fully agree. And right now, my own agency, the Swedish Board of Agriculture, have a lot of useful collaboration and experience sharing with other Baltic Sea countries. In the beginning of November, we are going to visit Finland with the purpose to share knowledge and best practice in the field of storage. How do we design storage in the best, most optimal way? And we will also initiate, as the minister says, a discussion about joint storage. A second example, we have recently participated in a workshop arranged by the Nordic Council of Ministers in stress testing of the Nordic food system. And it was very valuable and interesting. And the discussion opened up for further cooperation between our countries. A third example is how do we handle emergent animal diseases and the change in disease pattern? In November, a workshop is planned to take place in Oslo. And then I would also mention the Nordic Baltic Veterinary Contingency Group, which have been working very actively and as well as effectively in the field of veterinary contingency planning since 2006. So yes, collaboration and exchange of knowledge and experiences is a cornerstone and very important for the Swedish Board of Agriculture to learn from our Baltic Sea countries. I would also mention that maintaining trade flow is another aspect which the declaration points out. Trade is crucial for keeping value chains up and running, and the declaration underlines that the importance of maintaining trade flows in order to secure food production during crises. And one measure is pointed out in the declaration, namely the need to examine trade flows during peacetime. And that's, I think, is a very important first step to take. Important are, for example, critical inputs to agriculture. So yes, it's very useful and important step, this Karlstad Declaration. Thank you so far.
Thank you very much, Kristina Nordin. You point to many different things here and give examples of different collaborations throughout this region. Maybe we will come back to the trade aspect, since that's also a critical aspect of this. But I would like to hear also from Thomas Östlund. You are running a large food production company, and it's based here locally on Gotland. You have your main facilities only a short way from this venue. Can you please provide your reflections on the Karlstad Declaration and what it means to you as a business owner and also perhaps to the wider business community?
Thank you, Maria. I'm going to try to do that both from a local perspective and also national perspective. My reflections on the declaration are that cooperation across borders is vital in these uncertain geopolitical times. Capabilities and conditions, as well as experiences, differ among countries. Collaboration can therefore strengthen robustness of all countries. Mapping the vulnerability of each nation is necessary for how we can strengthen preparedness and resilience together. In Gotland, which is my geographical point, the NATO accession means that we can create a structure that needs to be rebuilt. Gotland's geographical localization has become even more prominent after Sweden became NATO members. Because of that, the need for local production has become more important. In general, Sweden has a long way to go to become more resilient. Collaboration and exchange of experience will provide important input to Sweden in becoming more resilient in the future. Gotland is a unique area where the green industries are of great importance. 10% of all nutrition comes from the green industries, and we export a majority of the commodities produced both nationally and locally. 95% of my business, for example, goes across the water. For this reason, our connection with the mainland is, of course, absolutely crucial, even in times of crisis. In addition to the need is to secure the transport of feedstock to green industries to maintain production. Another example where Sweden has benefited from the exchange of knowledge and experience is the outbreak of African swine fever, which could be managed with quick measures and thanks to good cooperation with other countries, between authorities, organizations and volunteers. Especially the hunters in the affected area made a difference that the infection was eradicated in a record short time. Sweden is in need of international comparison as there is a lack of aggregated knowledge about how Swedish food production compares in robustness and sustainability competition against other countries. Sweden also has the work to do nationally and locally regarding compiled knowledge.
Well, thank you, Thomas. And maybe we'll come back to a few of those points that you raised. I think it's very interesting to hear you saying 95% of your business is transported across waters. But maybe first, Kristina Nordin, would you like to point out, I mean, what are the areas that we need to focus upon moving forward, ensuring a future resilience and competitiveness of this region? You talked about stress testing, the food sector, the food production, joint storage, etc. But are there any specific points that you see are important in order to build for the future? Oh, I think we lost sound.
Sorry, I forgot to press the button. Sorry. As I said earlier, collaboration, exchange of knowledge and experience is cornerstones of the declaration. But I also would like to stress some basic requirements for being successful. A competitive and robust food production in peacetime and during normal condition is the basis for a resilient food production during crises and wars. And we need competitive and sustainable companies in all links of the food chain. And production must be sustainable in all three dimensions of sustainability. That's very important. We need economic, sustainable companies that can earn money and can be profitable, that can survive and invest in robustness and new techniques and sustainable working methods. And we need environmental sustainability. We must make sure that we take care of the basis for production, land, water, biodiversity, and so on. And then the social dimension is equally important. Company must be attractive. They must attract people willing to work in the sector. And people in the food sector must need to be well educated, have reasonable incomes, and a good working and had good working condition, just to mention some. So without sustainable companies, including all the three dimensions, there will be no food on the table, either in peacetime or during crisis and war. So I would really like to stress that national policy must include a broad range of measures to achieve all this. And in doing that, there is also a need for a cross-sectoral approach. Dependencies on other policy areas are strong and many. Electricity, energy, inputs, transportation, as we heard, IT, and so on. So, and another important aspect of this that we have to do a lot of things in peacetime is, of course, that we already during times of peace must establish and attend to collaboration, dialogue, and networking. We cannot wait to establish this until the crisis occur. So I think that the basis is the national policies during times of peace, and then we top up with more and more preparations for worst case scenario.
Well, thank you, Kristina Nordin. And no hybrid session is complete without someone saying you're on mute. So thank you for providing me with that opportunity. So Kristina Nordin is pointing to several different things here, right? That we need resilient, competitive and sustainable companies in times of peace in order to be prepared for more certain times. And you're pointing to economic, environmental and social dimensions. Thomas Östen, representing here the business community, we heard Kristina pointing to the business community in terms of sort of creating this resilient bioeconomy. What is your take on that, and what would you like to raise as important areas to ensure the future resilience of our sectors?
Yes. First of all, I would like to speak a little about UN and food, how food also can be linked into the goals that UN set, the 17 goals about development. If we change production methods and consumption patterns, food can be the solution for a healthier planet and also a healthier life. Our common resources must then be used in a more resource efficient and environmentally friendly way. Other important aspects are, of course, animal welfare, improved public health and preservation of biodiversity. Such a transition requires close cooperation between everyone in the food system, from producers to politicians and consumers. And I believe that together we can create a more sustainable and competitive food system. These are goals we are working locally in Gotland, where we try to gather politicians and decision makers with a focus on social issues and sustainability. Right now, we are collaborating with an entire value chain in a project regarding sustainability transformation. I also would like to say that we can't forget also existing solutions. Investments in innovation and new technology are of course important, but we must not lose focus on existing solutions that can make difference here and now. Investments in organic farming, restoration of natural pastures, revetting of peatlands and greater elements of living nature in the agricultural landscape to promote biodiversity may have significant impact already today. To succeed, more resources are required. With this existing knowledge and technology, the negative trend for biodiversity and climate impacting emissions from agriculture could be greatly reduced. One example is research on virtual fences, where new technology can make grazing natural pastures significantly more cost-effective. This is something we have tested on Gotland with a good result. Innovation, of course, we have to innovate as well. There are many innovative projects that are good examples when existing knowledge marries new technology. For example, develop green proteins for feed and food to promote the development of cultivation and processing of Swedish green proteins for both feed and food. Soy dominates the market for green proteins and also very common in animal feed. Only a small part of the green protein sold in Sweden is of domestic origin. More testing research activities are needed for both new and traditional crops across the country. In Gotland, we have, for instance, Gotlands lins, which is recreated cultivated crop. We are also successfully developing alternatives to soy with a crop of faba bean that provides a high protein content as an alternative to reduce our vulnerability. This is one way to strengthen the domestic input production and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I take with me both, the need of using existing knowledge and technologies, but also the need of innovation. And you provide a couple of examples with the virtual fences, but also the alternatives to soy to grow here locally. Thank you very much. I'd like to shift perspectives slightly, and I'd like to turn to you, Olga Trofimtseva. Looking forward, how do you see that Ukraine can contribute to the resilience and the preparedness of the European bioeconomy?
Yeah, thank you very much, Maria. Thank you for having me here. And as I said to Thomas previously, it's a little bit difficult after such an emotional music performance to continue with quite pragmatic panel discussion. Nevertheless, Ukraine is high on the agenda at this annual forum, and as Commissioner Ferreira said before, it struck me, so it's really no region left behind, including Ukraine, in fact, because sometimes I'm hearing these questions about why, or what have Ukraine to do this, has Ukraine to do with Baltic Sea region. And talking about the resilience and in general, I would say, the economic resilience, bioeconomy resilience, and food security issues. It's a very interesting development what we observe since definitely since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine, how the priority shift happened also within the discussions in the European Union. You've seen this is about resilience versus growth, sustainability versus food security, and now it's more and more not versus, but rather how it can combine all these issues and all these topics together. Then we're talking about the role of Ukraine, that Thomas said, and I can only confirm that we've seen in Ukraine during these almost 3 years of the full-scale war that many of successes are business-driven. That means that in case of such a shock, let's say, as war, it was very important for the state, it was very important for all the institutions, governmental institutions, to let go to some extent, and to let business to find the ways how to cope and how to be more agile in such a situation. But I'm absolutely agree that you have to be prepared already in a peace times in that sense. And we were talking here already about the many very important factors. When we're talking about the bioeconomy or food security, it's about the natural resources. And what we do see again in Ukraine right now is that this nexus approach towards the natural resources which are involved in the production of food or textiles. By the way, this shot, for instance, I am very in it because it's Ukrainian producer and this is upcycled. So this is like a part of bioeconomy and circular economy in Ukraine, which is already on the rise. And you have to have this nexus approach, this soil, water, energy, as it was mentioned, because, for instance, right now, again, we have huge challenges with energy supply in Ukraine, as you know, because Russia, unfortunately, attacking civil infrastructure, including energy infrastructure, heavily every day. And it's about these cohesion policies that should be really intersectoral and interregional then. Because, well, I can imagine that now every state within the Baltic Sea region is interested to be more self-sufficient when we're talking about food, when we're talking about the food security. But it was rightly mentioned that the strengthening of the infrastructure, strengthening of the logistics, and some of the points which are clearly stated within the Coastal Declaration, which is I see as a framework, by the way, and as a first step for moving further, way should be also not only discussed, but these projects should be developed on the cross-border regions, like between Ukraine, Poland, Ukraine and Hungary, other states in the Baltic Sea region, and all these, like, complex approach, I think, can bring much more success from the long-term perspective. Because again, when we're talking about the resilience, this is rather and about these shocks like pandemics or wars or whatever. In this sense, it's about the short-term responses. What are we able to do, like right now, for our population, for the citizens? And this is about the long-term bouncing back, and bouncing back better, maybe. Yeah? So what can they do in that sense in all these sectors, subsectors, not only agricultural production, but all the sectors related to that, to be then on the next stage, let's say, this all together, not only agriculture or food production, but bioeconomy, circular economy, etc.
Well, thank you very much, Olga Trosimcheva, for sharing your thoughts on this. I mean, there are so many things that you covered there, and some points that I think we should come back to is you talked about both intersectional and interregional collaborations being one important part. And you also talked about these different time horizons, so the short-term response, but then the long-term bouncing back and bouncing back better. How we actually create sort of the possibilities and framework for that, and the Karlstad Declaration being one cornerstone there. Yep. We all know that some solutions or some challenges require local solutions with a deep understanding of the specific local context, such as, for example, an island in the middle of the sea. And we have other challenges that request us to collaborate on a national scale, bringing stakeholders together within a nation. And then there are yet others where we really need to come together on an international level, the CO2 emissions and the climate collaborations being an example. And Kristina Nordin, from your perspective, which challenges, because we mentioned several already in this discussion, so which challenges do you see require or indeed benefit from an international collaboration?
Well, a lot of challenges require international collaboration. I would say, which you already mentioned, that climate change and the loss of the biodiversity are challenges that call for international collaboration. But I also think that another important aspect is the lack of competence, employees, skill in the food chain. The question, how do we attract more young people to work in the bioeconomy? How do we make sure that we have the required skill in this sector now and in the future? Because the competition for labor and skill is hard. So I think that's an area that we usually do not discuss for perhaps not international collaboration, but in the Baltic Sea region. And then, of course, the new security policy situation also calls for more collaboration when it comes to, for example, cybersecurity. That's an area. And as we have already heard, close and increased collaboration in research and innovation is of course an important area. All challenges that I had mentioned require research and innovation in order to handle the challenges. And could we increase our common investments in research, we would get more out of it, and we should become much stronger. So that's some areas I really see would be good areas for collaboration internationally.
Thank you very much, Kristina Nordin, pointing towards bringing young people or making the bioeconomy attractive to young people. You also mentioned cybersecurity and not the least common efforts in terms of enabling research and innovation taking the next steps. Thomas, of course, I'm curious to hear from your perspective as a business owner, are we able to attract the skills that we need for tomorrow?
Yeah, that's a good question. As Christina mentioned, skills competence is a big issue in the agriculture production. Because we're hearing, for instance, in Gotland, we are dependent on seasonal workers from other countries, and there's a big shortage of labor in primary production. While unemployment is high in several social groups, such as foreign-born people and young people like Christina mentioned, I think it's therefore very important to recruit new labor from more groups under the labor market in the future. So this is something also we work here on Gotland. But I would like to start a little bit with, for me, what's very important to take decisions. That's on facts. And facts starts with data. I would like to speak a little about agriculture data. I think that AI can make a difference for agriculture production in the future and also make the chain more robust in the future. In the development of AI systems that can help the agriculture in the new climate conditions, and also in that case, access to data is very crucial, and the right facts. More investments will be needed to develop and scale up the AI systems that the farmers need. There will be large fluctuations also in the future regarding the harvest. Collect agriculture data with different solutions to simplify everyday life, strengthen profitability, and reduce data administration for the farmers. Also, look into to create platforms and concept to share data for farmers and industry players to manage and share data in a secure and competition-neutral environment. That's also one thing which I think is very important. I would like to speak about another topic which I think is also very important. That's food waste. Since the impact of the agricultural production takes time to decrease, consumption also needs to change direction. A low-hanging fruit to reduce food waste, which today corresponds up to a third of all food thrown out in the value chain, is that emissions from the food is something that we can look into in the short term, but we also have to eat differently, of course. However, also eating habits are not entirely easy to change. We tend to eat traditionally and like to stick to ingrained recipes and taste preferences. This is an area to consider, I think, in the development of emergency food that must be both sustainable and nutrient dense. I also would like to lift another topic, that's tax incentives. Introduce tax incentives for biofuels to strengthen the competitiveness of biofuels through well-targeted tax incentives. There are great opportunities to strengthen competitiveness in both production and use of biofuels. For example, through reduced taxes on biofuels, the European Green Deal opens up to more sustainable and green fuels. On Gotland, local production of biogas is important both in energy transition and in the transition to resource-efficient circular economy. Development in the biogas field can be accelerated through cooperation between business, the public sector, and academia. Biogas is a local resource and has by far the best climate performance of all fuels. The European Commission has decided to approve Sweden's tax exemption for biogas, which is an important tax incentive to maintain. I also would like to speak a little about feed additives. Support feed additives in methane-reducing feed. Agriculture lacks a specific climate target, which has led to inaction and emissions from agriculture, which has been relatively constant in recent years. Protos has on Gotland, with its partner Volta Greentech, conducted several trials on beef farms using red seaweed-based additives, reducing the methane emissions up to 70 to 90%. Denmark has also now committed 67 million euro to support methane-reducing feed additives and will introduce a carbon tax on cow emissions by 2030. So this is also an area, I think, when you speak about innovation, that's something that we also can do to reduce the climate impact from the beef industry.
Well, thank you very much, Thomas Östlund. You're pointing to several different areas here where collaboration is key. From seasonal employees to data, where obviously to make the most use of the data, we need to collaborate across organizations, across borders. You mentioned food waste, where the circular approach includes, per definition, more than one actor. To tax incentives on discussing biogas, for example, where we need collaboration across, I think, again, different organizations and borders. I would like to take the opportunity here also to ask you, Olga Trofimtseva, I mean, in addition to the Baltic Sea strategy, what other existing collaborations or cooperation platforms do you think we need to strengthen? Or are there also new collaborations that we need to put in place in order to strengthen this dialogue and cooperation between Ukraine and the Baltic Sea region?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'm always coming to different European, mostly, or international events as well, with sort of a statement that why European Union needs Ukraine, in fact, as a member, as a full member, because with Ukraine in its structures, European Union becomes, well, the biggest agri-food player worldwide. And I must say that in international audiences, then Chinese or American partners are there. They don't really like that statement, but okay, this is a reality that I hope gonna happen within the next 10 years. And that's why the strengthening of all possible, let's say, possibilities, platforms, dialogues between Ukraine and European Union at the moment is very important, and we've seen as a well, quite large-scale agricultural producer, at least in the region, European region. I would say that everything starts with R&D, everything starts with science. That's why it's really important to involve Ukrainian, also young scientists, young students, young researchers in all the programs which are right now active in European Union, including Horizon, including the other research and scientific activities, by the way, not only at the European Union level, but bilateral as well, definitely. And we've also seen, I don't know, if I say now, please raise the hand who think that the human capital problem is among the most important right now, not only for agri-food or bioeconomy, but in general for the economies. I think, at least I hope, many hands will be there, because they've seen in Ukraine that really, as Thomas and actually Christina, and it was mentioned many times, that to attract young generation, to attract in general more human capital, both skilled and unskilled, into the sector, it's also one of the, let's say, priorities and one of the, I would say, such a cooperation priorities between Ukraine and European Union should be, because we, in Ukraine at least, we observe a great deficit of the human capital in many sectors, agriculture included right now. Well, war is the main cause, but not only because of war. Again, about the platforms, Interreg was mentioned. It's great. 7 programs are already there. But I would also encourage more B2B. B2B contacts, B2B, I don't know, again, some cooperation initiatives, because there are many very interesting, innovative solutions which are brought up here, like you mentioned, Thomas, for instance, for feed additives. That's absolutely great, and which are not maybe so much yet in Ukraine. We do have, by the way, some great investors, some great companies from European Union, for instance, from Germany, which are working in the bioeconomy already and producing or planning to build the producing capacities for some bio-based, for instance, construction materials, which is great, but it's like such a small drop yet. So I would like to see more active such kind of the B2B platforms development for the Ukrainian and European businesses to network. And as we said, as I said before, or as it was said before a couple of times, to build also together all these infrastructural logistic projects, processing capacities here, some there in Estonia, Lithuania. I know that some Ukrainian businesses are already there, but also in Poland or in Sweden, Finland, Denmark. That would be great, and to have an incentives for that. That brings, like, you know, it's not a de jure, but rather de facto bringing Ukraine closer to the European Union.
Thank you very much, Olga Trofimtseva, for those words. You covered, for example, the need for collaboration when we talk about research and development. And I know for a fact there are a number of ongoing dialogues among people in this room and in the sessions later today on how we can actually have joint calls and collaborate on research. And hopefully the human skills, bringing in the workforce of tomorrow, is a topic that we can also be discussing over the later coffee breaks and sessions. And not the least the B2B collaborations, maybe something that needs to be strengthened as well. It is now time for our second video greeting, this time from Mario Milushev, Director of Directorate D in DG Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Commission.
Dear participants, thank you for the invitation to address this annual forum for the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. I regret I could not attend the forum in person and enjoy the beauty of Visby. The EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region is a flagship for regional cooperation. We in DG Agri have followed its activities and actions, and I would like to thank and congratulate you on all the work done so far. Let me start by underlining the significant challenges faced by farmers and rural communities in Europe and the Baltic Sea region. We are all aware of the consequences of Russia's war on aggression against Ukraine and the impact of climate change with increasingly more severe climate-related disasters. The European Commission is committed to ensuring resilient farming and rural economies. Our common agricultural policy provides crucial financial support and a framework for sustainable agriculture and rural development. The EU funding of the CAP plans of the 8 EU Baltic Sea member states amounts to 74.5 billion euro in total. This represents an important input into the development of agriculture and rural societies in the Baltic region. To be more concrete, under the CAP strategic plans, almost 42 billion euro of EU funding is specifically dedicated to support the viable farm income and the resilience of the agricultural sector in the Baltic Sea region countries. Not to forget, 37 billion euro from the EU budget are contributing to delivering the climate change objectives. If we add to the EU funding the national financing, these amounts increase further. The CAP strategic plans approved in 2022 are a tool to mobilize funds. All of them have been already amended to reflect the changing economic and geopolitical context and its influence on agriculture. The implementation is on track. Farmers receive their support within the foreseen deadlines. Moving now to the key points of the panel discussion today, let me say that one of the biggest threats to the EU food security, outside the difficult political realities, are climate change and biodiversity loss. They already affect our agricultural sector. We are witnessing the severe consequences of extended droughts, heat waves, and floodings. The CAP provides solutions by supporting farming practices such as crop rotation, integrated pest management, and conservation tillage, which will help reduce greenhouse gas emission and improve soil health. We must strive for food systems that are regenerative and form part of a circular economy. Improving productive capacity does not necessarily mean produce more, but produce better. Innovation and the green transition offer European farmers the opportunity to enhance their productivity and competitiveness while reducing the environmental impact. Bioeconomy can be a major tool for rural areas by offering opportunities for farmers, foresters, and other rural actors to access new, innovative, high added value chains. 25 member states have identified a specific need to develop the bioeconomy as part of their CAP strategic plans, and there are already several member states with dedicated bioeconomy strategies in place. We are happy that the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region has also identified the bioeconomy as key area for cooperation. Let me conclude now. It is imperative to accelerate the transition towards a more environmental friendly farming while preserving the European family farm model and embracing the rich diversity which characterizes EU agriculture. Food security, sustainable production, and vibrant rural areas are our key goals. I believe this forum provides an excellent opportunity to discuss common challenges. I will be looking forward to receiving the feedback from your discussions and wish you a very successful meeting today.
Mario Milushev covers many different aspects that we have touched upon already in this conversation, but I would like to continue one of the things that he mentioned and that I think that we have discussed a little bit so far, and it's about the balance between trade on one side and self-sufficiency on the other side, if one may say. These are two aspects that are being discussed and that are both crucial when we talk about a resilient bioeconomy, and it cuts across all the different parts of the bioeconomy. But if we use food security as an example here, from your point of view, if we start with Kristina Nordin, how can we understand this balance between two very critical aspects?
I would say that a high degree of self-sufficiency is of course desirable, but I don't believe it's realistic to reach 100% self-sufficiency. The dependency on important inputs, for example, will always be there, and I think it should. It would be very expensive if all of us should produce everything within our borders. So I think we must, to some extent, rely on trade, but we must be very, very aware of the dependencies and reduce them as much as we can by trade, by storage, by collaboration. So yes, a high degree of self-sufficiency is of course desirable, but we cannot reduce the dependency from imports and trade.
Thank you, Kristina. Thank you very much, Kristina Nordin. Olga Trofimtseva, from your experiences and your perspective, what would be your take on this question?
Yeah, that's, it could be the topic for the 2 hours long lecture here about the trade and self-sufficiency. But 2 points which I maybe would be surprising for you. I would say we need in this, from this perspective, first of all, prevent and somehow work on the preventing the weaponization of food. What we see is happening also from a Russian side, definitely all the time right now. Actually, during the long time of their history, we used that food as a weapon. And the second issue is try to save our value-based democracies here, because it helps, to prevent also the rise of these national protectionisms, which is which is not helpful, in fact, and very often not pragmatic or not very, let's say, fact-based, but rather, yeah, it's about the populism, and it's about the not very wise economic or other decisions. And we've already said, in fact, a lot about that. The international trade and this region, at least, free trade, it's a basics. It's a basics, really, because it helps, and I'm absolutely agree that even in Ukraine, by the way, I'm always getting a little bit irritated that we are mixing up with, like, we are producing millions of tons of grains. That doesn't mean that we are self-sufficient or we have the high level of food security. This is different issues, in fact, yeah, different points. And that's why we also need this free trade. We need to have, as I said, deep B2B relations in different sectors to be sure that even in case of, again, pandemic, we've seen in COVID, we were not really prepared yet to all these breaches in logistic chains, etc. But what helps here is to build a more interrelated, I would say, value-added chains in the region. That means then, again, let's say Swedish companies are involved in processing, production, I don't know, trade, logistics, whatever, across the region, in Poland, in Ukraine as well, and vice versa. Then Ukrainian companies are everywhere, yeah, and they are not just I don't know, delivering the commodities, corn for animal production somewhere in European Union, but they're involved in processing, they're involved in feed additives production, etc., etc. So that would help, because it's like, in my opinion, it's sort of like a security net which we can build for the future shocks and for the future, well, surprises, negative surprises, I would say, for our economies and for our region.
Thank you very much, Olga. And of course, Thomas Östlund, the same question goes to you from your perspective. How can we understand this balance between trade and self-sufficiency?
Yeah, it's a tricky question, first of all. But I think in Sweden, we have to work on both, actually. Food, we're self-sufficient around 50%, and it's too low anyway. And I think also food is not business enough for us. We are very, very bad in trading food, actually, in Sweden. We are very good in to doing other things. But so I think it's both, actually, in Sweden, what we have to work. But I think in this room, regarding collaboration, I think it's very important that everybody here has, from the beginning, a big transparency regarding strengths and weaknesses in the food system, and declare open our goals about self-sufficiency and also about food security. So, yeah, I think it looks different in every country, but we have to understand everything, I think, to set the goals.
Thank you very much, Thomas Östlund. And I think you used the words, Olga Tofimtseva, that we need interrelated value chains across the region. And I think that's something coming back in our panel conversation here, regardless if we talk about research, innovation, if we talk about production, we are looking for more connections throughout the region. We're approaching the end of this session, and as has been mentioned here, we are many different countries sharing the Baltic Sea, but while there are differences, I think the similarities are striking. We share similar challenges, but also we share the same willingness to collaborate, and that's what I hear you three saying as well. The Baltic Sea region has for centuries been connected through culture and through trade, and the bioeconomy has always been a central part of what we do. So let's build upon this long history of community, and to paraphrase Minister Peter Kullgren, let us take this opportunity to strengthen our collaboration and work towards a prosperous future of the Baltic Sea region. Thank you so much for listening, and a warm thank you to our panelists.
Thank you.
So, Thank you so much, Maria. And now it's half an hour coffee break. And afterwards, we will gather in the workshop rooms. And you will look for that there will be guides today. We are so grateful to the University of Uppsala because they have 23 students here, and they will help you to find the workshop rooms. And they have this piqué shirt and the sign with a little red up here. So just ask them if you don't find your room. Thank you so much for this morning, and see you in the workshop areas.
Jag tror att Mälaren är så skitig som den är eftersom det bara speglar hur vi människor har tänkt kring miljö och behandlat den här planeten under lång tid. Så att det vi ser här, det är en tidskapsel av sånt som vi har slängt ner genom åren. Och då har det ju varit med vilje, för att det var ju så man sa ifrån svenska staten att man kunde göra också. Jag tänker att det är viktigt att ta hand om de här gifterna som ligger där nere. Framförallt båtbatterierna, eftersom de kommer att spricka upp allihopa och släppa ut sitt blyvatten. Alltså är det av största vikt att vi tar hand om det här. Det är en tickande miljöbomb. Jag förväntar mig att vi idag här i Holsten hittar det vi brukar göra när vi är ute på marinor. Vi kommer säkert finna minst 120 kilo med båtbatterier. Kanske mer, någonstans upp till 500 kilo. Och sen så kommer vi väl plocka upp ytterligare ett halvt ton till 1 ton med andra sopor. Det första jag dök ner på, det var en stor spis. Och diskbänkarna, kassaapparaten, stolar, bord. Ja, det mesta som man har inne i en restaurang helt enkelt.
Och hej, vi tar lugnt och sansat. Och hej! Och...
Genom Mälaren startades 2018 av Fredrik och är en organisation som fokuserar på att få upp gifter ur vattnet och skräp. Du kan dra den där. Går det? Så. Det blir jättebra. Så.
Jag är redo. När du är redo.
Alltså det är väldigt kul att vara med i Mälaren. Dels gör man någonting bra. Man får dyka. Det är kul. Men det är också extremt mycket härliga människor inom organisationen. Så det är väl typ därför jag är med.
Jag är också så stark för det är jättebra sikt. Jag ser ett däck. Ja. Men jag kommer liksom inte ner för att mina öron är...
Jag tror inte att folk vet hur det ser ut på botten. Den bilden jag har fått från människor jag har pratat med är att man tror att det antingen ligger lite här och där. Man kanske är med på att det inte finns så mycket liv, men man har nog inte insett att det faktiskt är, alltså det är dött. Det är liksom, det är som att du kommer till ett flygfält liksom. Alltså det är ingenting. Förutom högar av skräp. Och det ligger inte bara någon här och där, utan det kan ligga liksom... Det kan ibland vara svårt att se botten för att det är liksom så mycket skräp och ibland är det till och med nedsjunket. De gångerna vi har filmat botten och lagt upp på våra sociala medier så brukar responsen vara enorm. Folk blir chockade. Alltså det jag själv blir chockad fortfarande när jag kommer ner och bara shit vad mycket skräp det är. För att det är inte lite, alltså det är mycket. Vi behöver inte leta efter skräpet, utan vi går ner och tar det vi ser.
Förstör du min sikt? Ja.
Just bilbatterier och däck känns prioriterat utifrån att batterier innehåller bly som är en riktigt skadlig tungmetall. Vad gäller däcken så innehåller de, förutom bara att det är liksom 10 kilo ren olja som bryts ner i mikroplaster, så är det också viktigt utifrån att det innehåller PAH-oljor som är cancerogent. Och det ligger i våra dricksvatten. Så.
480. Fan, vi nådde inte ett halvt ton.
Helvete. Men du hade lovat ett kvarts bara. Det var bra.
Det är sant.
Hoppa i igen nu. Det var det på slutet.
Fan, det är nästan så jag skulle vilja hoppa i igen. Ja, det räcker med ett batteri så vi är uppe ett halvt ton.
Ja, men vad fan väntar vi på?
Mälaren är ju av största vikt utifrån att det är en dricksvattentäkt för över 2 miljoner människor. Det är få länder som har det så bra som vi att ha så mycket färskvatten. Det är ju så otroligt viktigt att vi bevarar det och lämnar något bra efter oss till våra barn. Idag dyker vi i Hägerstens marina och det är en båtklubb som har funnits länge här, så jag räknar med att vi kommer finna väldigt mycket batterier. Och sen vet jag att vi kommer finna en hel del däck också, eftersom det var gamla fändrarna på den tiden.
Vi drar upp bara korgen snabbt, sen är det batteri till här innan det blir för grundligt.
Yes.
Det är dubbla känslor för mig när jag hittar batterier och skräp överhuvudtaget. Dels så är det lite glädje att få upp det. Det känns lite renare. Samtidigt som det känns sorgligt naturligtvis att så mycket har hamnat där.
De där batterierna kanske är från 50-talet eller något.
Ja, jag vet inte. Ja, möjligt.
Vad tror ni? Hur gamla tror ni?
60-tal.
60-tal.
Men det kan vara 50-tal också i flera.
Ja.
Ja, det är i alla fall inte supernya.
Nej, jag tror inte det är färskvara.
Nej, det är ju inte det.
Och batterierna lägger vi upp och släpper då.
Ja.
Jag hoppas ju på att framtida generationer är betydligt smartare än vad vi har varit. Och att de tittar tillbaka på saker och tänker, men hur är det möjligt? Ungefär som vi tittar tillbaka på 1963 när staten gick ut och visade hur man skulle dumpa saker i vattnet på den här anslagstavlan. Jag tror att vi kommer titta tillbaka på den här tiden och säga samma sak. Hur kunde vi dumpa så mycket snöslask här som innehåller 300 ton med vägsalter, 300 ton med mikroplaster varje år i vårt vatten? Jag skulle tippa på att idag ligger någonstans mellan 50 och 70 ton per år som rena Mälaren plockar upp. Det vi hittar ifrån idag som slängs i, det är väl framförallt elsparkcyklarna tyvärr, som är den nya grejen. Så nu har vi plockat upp snart 1000 elsparkcyklar här. Det jag hoppas på med att vi nu kommer att återställa sjöbotten, skapa små oaser, det är ju att vi dels kan visa på att det är möjligt att förändra. Det andra är ju att får vi ner växter igen så blir ju det en kolsänka som kan ta upp koldioxid, vilket det har gjort genom alla tider. Vattnet och växterna är jätteviktiga för det här.
Hallå! Rep! Behöver rep! Nu med en gång! Vad är det?
Det är någon elgrej.
Elgrej?
Elverk. För något slag.
Precis. Aj, fasiken!
Lossnar den?
Ja.
Ja. Det är lugnt. Det finns fel.
Nej, men den där kom upp i alla fall.
Hamburgarna är kvar.
Ja, fantastiskt.
Bra jobbat.
Grymt.
200 kilo batteri.
200 kilo, ja det är bra.
De såg inte när jag rekade, men när jag började flytta på däck där borta vid första bryggan. Åh, batteri!
Så nu kommer det att vara en demonstration vid Premacken vid Kungsholms torg. Och då är det Fredrik och 5 andra dykare som kommer sätta sig på botten och ha med sig skyltar. Så de har demonstration under vattnet.
Idag går vi under epitetet Divers for Future och det är utifrån att det är fredag idag och vi fredligt sittstrejkar under vattnet för att påminna våra politiker om att det är helt galet att de här skickar ner 900 000 kubikmeter med snöslask innehållande så mycket farliga ämnen.
För det här är ju en fredag också. Och vi älskar det Greta gör. Fredliga demonstrationer visar på att det är någonting som är fel i den här världen. Och sen på andra sidan så är det stoppa snödumpningen. Ja.
Vi kommer följa det här i radion lite senare. Vi önskar lycka till.
Stort tack för det.
Kallt i vattnet, va?
Ja, det är det.
Det är en svår fråga med snödumpningen. Det finns inget lätt svar. Jag tror att man måste gå på flera olika alternativ med upplagringsplatser runt om i Stockholm. Sen tror jag att man skulle kunna gå på till exempel Norges lösning med att man har pråmar där man pumpar upp vatten och så är det olika kar i den här pråmen och så smälts snön och filtreras.
Vi går ner, filmar, har lite mysigt där nere. Ni kan spela luff och schack och greja lite vad ni vill. Sten, sax, påse hörde jag som förslag och någonting annat. Så ner, ha lite kul och så står vi här uppe och håller värmen så länge. Så kan vi snacka lite där nere sen. Får ni berätta vad ni ser och sådär.
Det blir kanon.
Kanon, tack för det.
Här ser ni, jajamän. Det är det. Då testar vi så.
Lägga på det Kalle Anka-filtret.
Det känns som att jag har det, ja. Okej, hoppa.
Jaha, det här är Logna som anropar. Hallå, hör ni mig?
Jaha, det är klart och tydligt.
Ja, ni har ju slagit igång världens första undervattensdemonstration. Berätta, vad ser ni där nere?
Jajamän. Ja, det är grus. Beroende på att man tagit snömaskorna hit. Annars är det grus och sand inte den naturliga beståndsdelen här inne i stan. Men tyvärr är det väldigt grumligt också, för det är en del av härligheten, hur det brukar vara.
Men man dumpar alltså fortfarande snö här i Riddarfjärden. Är inte det lite anmärkningsvärt?
Det ska jag verkligen säga. Det är ungefär 900 000 kubikmeter snömassor som man dumpar här varje år. Och det känns helt neandertalmässigt.
To serve wraps that is easy to take one when you are going in between meetings. I would like to start to say that there will be a possibility now, or still is a possibility, to test this with training in first aid, and you are most welcome to visit them on the entrance floor, where you see them right from the entrance straight forward into the right, into the left. And they told me that you are most welcome to visit them also during coffee breaks, or if you are not attending workshops, you can also go there. So, welcome back after lunch, and next plenary session will be about sustainable and resilient transport systems. And we are very happy that we have a very qualified also for this moderator, and it's Lotta Rönnström from North Sweden EU office that will guide you through these discussions. So welcome.
Thank you so much, Anders. Hello, good to see you all here. I'm Lotta Rönnström. I'm from North Sweden European Office in Brussels, Brussels-based since 20 years. And we represent the 4 northernmost regions in Sweden, but in Brussels. So the upper half of Sweden is my geography. One of the 3 objectives of the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region is to connect the region. It is a bit of a challenge still to travel within the Baltic Sea region. I got stuck in Narvik last week because of the bad weather, because of strong winds, so the airplanes couldn't land. And since we have quite bad train connections through Sweden and Norway from Narvik, I just had to wait it all out. So I'm very happy to see that so many of you came here. It's really nice to see that we have a huge audience. But to ensure and strengthen the competitiveness of the Baltic Sea region and the EU as a whole, we need a well-functioning transport system in the whole region, also to peripheral regions and to islands such as Scotland, where we are today. So in the next hour, we will discuss how to achieve a more sustainable and efficient transport system in the Baltic Sea region, with better connections, but also to third countries. Because as you know, we've been talking about a lot today already, the geopolitical landscape has changed dramatically the last couple of years with Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And that has led to border closures and disruptions of transport corridors. So now we need to find new transport routes and diversify the transport routes to ensure resilience and security of supply. So in that sense, projects like Rail Baltica and the Fehmarn Belt link have become even more important to strengthen the north-south corridors in the region. And we can see the European transport corridors on this map. It's very important now to close all the gaps in these corridors. All of you might not work with European transport policy every day, but these are important tools to implement the European transport policy. So we need to get these in place, all the infrastructure along them. They have recently been extended towards Moldova and Ukraine as well, as you can see here. So the idea of this session is to discuss the future priorities of policy area transport within the strategy. The action plan is being updated, as you all know. And to discuss these questions, we have invited 4 very experienced speakers from various backgrounds linked to transport. So first we will listen to a keynote speech, and then we will move into a panel discussion. So for the keynote, I'm very pleased to welcome the Director General of the Swedish Maritime Administration, Mr. Erik Eklund, up to on stage. A warm hand. Welcome. You will set the scene a little bit when it comes to maritime transport in the Baltic Sea region.
I will.
Yes, so I leave you the floor for a couple.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here, to be in front of you all. I do have a large respect for you have different backgrounds. My background is maritime space, so I will put some perspective to the discussion from the maritime space as a general. If we go look at this map, I think every one of you, what do you think when you see this map? What is your first thought? Someone maybe think this is a lazy guy. He has used the Swedish Google map because it's in Swedish text. Or maybe you think, why is Germany not included, or the northern part of Sweden, or something like that. Or maybe, where is Visby on this map? Or Helsinki, yeah, why is it not stated? Helsingfors, it should state. But from my side, this map is crucial. Of course, it's our beloved Baltic Sea, but it's easy to make error in your mind when you're thinking about the region. It looks, for me, it's a totally different picture. The picture should be actually islands, not only Gotland or Ösel or some other islands. It's actually each country is an island with respect to import and export. We just saw the map for the transit corridors. It's the land transport, but if you look for the sea perspective, it's different. When I talk about islands, this should actually be an archipelago. Sweden have a very long border towards Norway, but how much of import and export is actually crossing this border? Or Finland has a long border to Russia. How much is actually crossing that border? In Sweden, we have around 90% of our import and export is by the sea. I visited Finland last week I visited my colleagues there, and we had a discussion. They had about 82 or 85% from the sea on the import and export before the war. Today, it's high 90s, 96 or something like that. So 96, it's very close to 100. So it is an island. And the same with the Baltics. I don't know exactly the numbers for the Baltics, but you can see, if you look for the borders, it's islands. And if we put up this picture, you see all the yellow things are lines after, or tracks after ships. So if you imagine this is an archipelago, and this is the transport, import and export. It's like a bloodstream for the full region, I will say. It's not many spaces where it's white. The white spaces is where ships doesn't travel. And you can see some clear straight lines into the Botnia, or to the Russian part there, to St. Petersburg, and come back to that. But also in the north, everywhere, ships everywhere. 2,000 ships at any moment is operated in the Baltic. So if you just go out and look, you can see 2,000 ships. And that is easy to not think of if you're not coming from here. So from the European perspective, I think it's easy to just look for the railway and the trucks and everything. This is what matters for us around the Baltics, for import and export. We are an archipelago of islands with this respect. But of course, we are trying to communicate and to connect each other. And this is just an infograph on how we try to connect for very important infrastructure below the surface. And after the Nord Stream explosion, of course, this has been on the map now. It's super important and critical infrastructure below the sea, but it's so difficult to defend. And this is coming up more and more for the national perspective in the defense and security perspective. It's super easy to do something that we don't like them to do on these connections. And if we look here, maybe it's a little bit bright, but everyone is looking for more fossil-free and renewable energy. The full society would like to have more and more and more. And of course, the water area, it looks like just a flat surface, and it's gigantic. It should just be to put them out there. Yes and no. In the northern part of Sweden here, we have something called ice. And during the winter, this is the track of our icebreakers, just on the Swedish side, where to put all the offshore wind power to not disturb the ship movements. And this is not just because they are having fun going around. It's because also the ice is moving, and they have surveillance where to break the ice where it's most efficient. It's not like a highway where it's always on the same place. It could differ, depends on the wind and other things. But it's a lot of different stakeholders that would like to use these areas. You have the fishing, you have shipping, you have the power that we talked about, offshore wind power, and many others, and also the environmental perspective on that. But on top of that, we have the defense perspective now. So it's a lot of different stakeholders that would like to use this very nice water surface that we see outside this fantastic building here. But it's difficult. This is other things that's coming across. The red dots are someone who would like to interfere on GPS and other systems. And what you can see here is Sweden is not too much into play here, just the southern part, but Finland and the Baltics has a lot of it. And if you look for the full society perspective here, so many things are dependent on the position. From food delivery, taxi, whatever, ships, aircrafts, and everything. So now it's absolutely time to have a plan B for how to navigate, how to get deliveries, how to do these things without, or at least have the possibility to make the supply chain working even if we don't have the perfect system up and running. This is a tricky one. I know that some of the shipping lines, they actually order paper sea charts again, not only the digital, because if something happens, they still can use their old methods. But that is hard, because then they don't have the space for it, because it's removed and so on, so because they have now the new fancy systems. But the plan B needs to be there for the full society, I think. So why a picture of Denmark and Copenhagen or Köpenhamn? This is where all the vessel is passing. The full bloodstream for the full Baltic region is passing here. So these two areas between Sweden and Denmark and the other side of Denmark are crucial for the whole Baltic region. And on top of that, we have this one. It's a lot of talk in the business about the shadow fleet. What is the shadow fleet? If we look on this picture, you see the red lines here all the way in. That is where the shadow fleet is aiming. It's Russia export, and mostly export of oil. Before, they have a high standard vessels classed to highest international standard. Since the sanction of all the oil, then they need to do it by secondary classed vessels. And that is a threat for environment, but also for safety. Oh, my text is gone here, but okay. We have different challenges for this. Safety, we talked a little bit about, security as well. The environmental perspective, that actually one of the main topics for this session is, I see, of course, oil spill is not a good thing, but if you look for the normal shift that we are looking for, how can we transform the maritime space into a fossil-free world? That is a huge challenge. On land, you have started to find ways, and it's actually moving. On the seaside or the maritime space, it's more difficult because the energy that's needed is tremendous to move these large ships. And today, we don't see one type of energy source that can shift out for everything. It's going to be different. For short shipping, you can actually use batteries maybe, or for ocean going, it's a different type. So it's not just one way of solving this. And that is concluding my introduction. Maybe not too happy, but I'm glad to end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Erik. Quite some challenges you mentioned there in the end, not least the Russian shadow fleet. I was thinking that those are challenges that are quite hard to tackle on a Swedish national level or for the Swedish Maritime Administration, but there are other platforms like the strategy, for example. Could that be helpful, or do you work in different broader platforms to tackle these challenges?
Yeah, of course. I mean, shipping or maritime space is normally based on the United Nations Special Agency, IMO, International Maritime Organization. So that's where you put the standards for shipping in general. And then on top of that, some different legislation is coming from the European side, but mainly it's on the global level.
Okay, but we could say that collaboration is key, in a way, to tackle the challenges.
Absolutely, and we need to have the direction. Everyone working in the system for United Nations or in the Commission or so knows that it takes time. But as long as we keep the direction, it's going to happen sometime.
Very good. We're going to continue to talk about that direction, and you will join us for the panel discussions.
Thank
you.
So
please have a seat while I invite 3 more guests here on stage. We have Sari Noro, who is member of the board of the Oulu region and member of the CPMR Baltic Sea Commission. For a round of applause. We have Stefan Breitenbach, Head of Project Department, Port of Hamburg Marketing. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Mattias Lindström, Director of the Kvarken Council. A warm hand for you as well. Have a seat. I would like to continue a bit with the geopolitical aspects. I'm interested to hear your thoughts now on when it comes to the transport connections in the Baltic Sea region and from your different perspectives. So if I start with you, Sari, how should the transport connectivity in the Baltic Sea region be developed in this new geopolitical reality?
Thank you. It's lovely to be here with all of you today. As said, Russia's attack on Ukraine has fundamentally affected and sort of shaken the basis of the transport system as well as the security of supply at the Baltic Sea region. This requires full focus on dual civilian and military use system, including enabling military mobility. I'm very much in agreement with the gentleman here on the right-hand side, painting a rather somber picture, but I think the time for being naive is over, and we need to be prepared for all nastiest eventualities in this world situation. My own region of Oulu, west coast northern Finland, shares a 130-kilometer land border with Russia. And this mere fact, highlights the importance of critical transport infrastructure connections, in particular the importance of ports that have railway connection. In Finland, with the eastern border towards Russia closed for the foreseeable future, there is definitely need to improve our east-west connections in the north between Finland, Sweden and Norway for the transports of critical raw materials and goods. And this will actually be not only important for the strategic purposes, but also to enable future investments to the north, which are sort of planned to be in a very extensive amount. Transportation and transporting critical raw materials from Northern Europe to the rest of Europe, that will and would support also the green industrialization, competitiveness, together with resilience and security of the Europe as a whole. And like this gentleman here, I would also like to stress the importance of the sense of urgency for alternative routes in the event of closure of the Danish Strait. That is very much a critical issue for the security of all of us up in the north. Because if the strait becomes closed and unoperational, for instance, in Finland's case, the capacity via Göteborg's port with the railroad through Sweden is it is highly insufficient to provide us in Finland with the needed lifeline of logistic support that we would need in the times of crisis. This is also something that the Finnish defense has looked into. When it comes to the European rail width, because due to historical reasons we have this interesting nuance. In Finland, we share the railroad with Russia. However, Finland's current Transportation and Communications Minister Lulu Ranne has outlined that it could be possible to extend the European railroad from Sweden's Haparanda city to Oulu and to my home city, Raahe-Brahestad city. In my region, we would be certainly very happy about this development should it materialize. The transport volumes and the efficiency at the railroads, I want to stress the importance of the railroad. It's so much higher than the transport volumes on wheels. From the northern Finland's point of view, the electrification of Tornio and Haparanda connection will and would improve capacity between Finland and Sweden, and also would highlight the importance of robust loading areas in Haparanda, which would be crucial for us in the north. So I would say that these are my key comments in this.
Key comments, yes. And I heard the east-west connections, they have become much more important now.
Yes.
You also talked about the ports. And I think Oulu has just been recognized as a very important port within the European transport policy.
Yes, we have actually two important ports in our region. Then there's the port of the city of Oulu, which has risen to this 10T core network. And in my home city, Rahe, there is a port which supports wind power logistics very heavily, and then we have a big Swedish steel company, SSAB, operating in Rahe, and the port of Rahe is already it's also on the comprehensive network. So in that sense, in that regard, we are strategically quite well recognized on the European 10T context.
Very good. Talking about ports, Stefan, you represent a very important node, the Port of Hamburg. So what measures have been taken from the Port of Hamburg side when it comes to adapting to this new situation that we're in?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's really great to be here and to discuss with all of you. And I'm very happy that the ports, and especially the maritime perspective, gets so much focus here, because as we all see, ports are crucial nodes to connect different regions. As you pointed out, the sea is more or less really connecting everything with each other, and the ports can connect with the hinterland. So anyhow, besides this very difficult geopolitical situation and the aggression of Russia against the Ukraine, we as ports, we face a lot of more challenges in addition, which makes it very complicated to react to all these situations. Just imagine also the climate change discussions, the rising seawater levels, the needs of additional infrastructure, the extreme weather events which connect with that, with all the discussions and decarbonization of port activities, but also repowering Europe, so to say, and really having the fact that ports should and could play a key role in ensuring also energy supplies in future, and all the difficulties which come along with that. Again, investments, infrastructure, connecting hinterlands, stabilizing grids is also important in these respects, and somehow also the bypass functionality, because I think ports, yes, we have a lot, but we also need a lot to ensure these bypass, these redundancies of systems in future even more, and also thinking about security and cybersecurity aspects, which was also mentioned here. So we have a really big complexity ongoing, and it's somehow increasing, and cooperation and exchange is so much key in really overcoming all these challenges and needs we see. So just to add a little bit more on top, digitalization and automatization is also very important for us, also in respect of labor, because we everywhere see lack of labor forces, lack of skilled workforce, which are absolutely also needed in ensuring supply chain, which through the transition to become sustainable in future, but also ensuring security and cyber security. And especially cyber security in these times is high on our agenda as well, and I think in every port, as we see digitalization and automatization, which comes and increases steadily, brings additional threats with that. And just in networks of ports, we also can identify these threats, maybe also pre-warn other colleagues and find solutions and deal with that. So avoiding that some crucial elements of ports are missing for days or even weeks, or if it comes to shipping, with all these disturbances in RES and global positioning, very crucial factors. So somehow it's a very huge variety of challenges we see, and once it's clear, the complexity very much increases. So I would really say that no one alone even can cope with that anymore. We need to have the experts, we need to have the exchange, we have to do the cooperation with each other, and understand that transport in general, but also these ports play a crucial role in strategic geopolitical thinking. They are assets, and also help to really secure supply chains to the hinterland or from the hinterland to other regions. So maybe that's...
Yeah, no, but the ports are crucial.
Yeah.
And the EU Commission is looking into that more now. They're developing a strategy for the ports. I think if you're not involved in that work, so contact them fast. Matthias, you represent a collaboration, regional collaboration between Sweden and Finland. Sari mentioned the east-west connections, and you're working a lot on a new one there, I think. Would you like to tell us a bit about this?
Yes.
I think we have a map as well.
I think I have a map there also, but thank you for the invitation. I work as a cross-border developer in the Kvarken region in the Baltic Sea, and this topic is high on the agenda for us, because our region, as you see on the map, quite far from the capitals and also quite sparsely populated, and cross-border cooperation is necessary to create critical mass and boost innovation and also to promote regional growth. We have actually, in our region, been rooting for cross-border cooperation and development of transport and infrastructure in the east-west connection for over 50 years already, long before the geopolitical situation got difficult. And we actually already have taken concrete action in this theme by building the world's most environmental RoPax ferry that is connecting the region between Vasa and Umeå. And hopefully this will also be followed up by a fixed link over the Kvarken Strait, the Nordic connector, as I will talk about it a bit later on. But we have, as Sari said, also a lot of raw materials in the region. We have clean energy. We have a developed industry sector, which is quite a news for many people. But that has also attracted a huge number of industry investments, as Sari said, on both sides of the straits. And we talk about hundreds of billions of euros being invested before 2030. So the need for both north-south and east-west connections are crucial to boost these investments to improve the accessibility of the region. So this is very highly on the agenda, and before the geopolitical crisis emerges, and when Finland and Sweden join NATO, the east-west connections and the need to connect Norway, Sweden, and Finland and ensure access also to the Norwegian ports for northern parts of Finland and Sweden was suddenly on everybody's lips. Things that we have been talking about for a long time, so it's of course good that it's being highlighted, but it's not for very nice reasons, of course. But there is not that many land connections. We talked a lot about ports, but that makes us very vulnerable. And there is, as a matter of fact, not many land connections from west to east over Norway, Sweden, and Finland. And if we want to create redundancy, resilience, and create good possibilities for the green transition to take place in our region, we need also to have more land connection, also to diminish the vulnerability for our regions. And this has to be installed and fixed, and the fixed link, the Nordic connector, is one of these links. And would add one more land connection between Finland, Sweden, and Norway in the middle of Finland, middle of Sweden, middle of Norway. But we have to bear in mind that we should invest in transport and infrastructure mainly for the need of the industry. But we need to be smart also at the same time. If EU money is being used, it would be wise to prioritize projects that also serve military purposes in a time of crisis, especially in a ramp-up phase before a possible crisis. These links will be of great importance because a lot of material and personnel has to be transported then quickly, in this case then from west to east. And in this situation, we cannot rely on only one link. There has to be many links. And also the ports has to be well functioning. So that's why I'm also very happy that the Finnish government had realized this, and based on the things I just said, also have included in their governmental program that states that a fixed link in the Kvarken region shall be investigated. And the Ministry of Transport and Communication has given the task to the Finnish Traffic Infrastructure Agency to do a pre-feasibility study on a fixed link, and we are involved, both our organization and me personally, in that work, and it's ongoing and will be finished in the beginning of next year. But I would like to finish my statement by saying that more links will strengthen the industry and create redundancy, and a strong industry also means a resilient Europe, and an industrially strong and well-prepared Europe will also have a deterrent effect. And we have to bear in mind that we will build for peace and prosperity, but we also have to prepare at the same time for the worst-case scenario.
Thank you. You mentioned the investments being made in the Kvarken area, and you have investments all around the Baltic Sea region now linked to energy transition and sustainability. And sustainability is our next theme. It's been on the EU agenda for a long time with this present commission. It's one of the main objectives, and it looks like it's going to continue. We have a Commissioner for Sustainable Transport, if he passes through the European Parliament in interviews or discussions. But Erik, if I start with you, so the biggest challenges when it comes to decarbonization for the maritime sector, transport sector, what would that be?
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, the shipping have been for 100 years, I mean, even before the cars and everything, so it's been for several hundred years, and the development have been very slow and gentle. And now it's, everyone is opening the box, but no one is actually sure about what direction should we go. So it's a lot of testing and testing and testing. So it's like a moment 22, or whatever you call it. It's somehow we need to have some push for some technology to take the step. We cannot just wait and see which is the best. We need to go forward in different perspective. I mean, as for me, as a Director General for Swedish Maritime Administration, our highly polluting part is the ice-breaking part. That is dominating. It's like 70% of our pollution is from the ice-breaking part. But we need to see it as a system, because we can assist the super energy efficient transport mode. But our icebreakers is from the 70s, so they are very, very old. So we need to change them, but it's a long-term program to do that.
Isn't that in the Swedish transport plan? I think new
one.
icebreakers. One.
One.
Okay.
We need to change all of them.
Okay.
So they are 50 years old, and old technology is like a museum on board.
Good message to the Swedish Minister for Infrastructure if he watches this. Sari, so how can we use the strategy in this work to sort of achieve a carbon neutral system in the Baltic Sea region, according to you?
I think that, deepening and strengthening cooperation with universities and private sector partnership on research and innovations is one aspect, key aspect. Then complementing or bringing the strategy also together with the existing, for instance, TEN-T network, and finding, like, aligning these two ways at looking the strategy point of view being joined together with the practical, like, element of what exists in the TEN-T. This would also help us to find way forward.
Okay. And more local and regional involvement in
yes, absolutely. And I think this morning when we came here, in the policy area, transport desk was open here, and in that regard, I think that was also a sort of a good practical example in this forum's context, that where regional involvement definitely is and would be the key.
Stefan, the ports have been mentioned, like the new function of them is to be energy hubs. So the port of Hamburg, so how would you say that you're contributing to the decarbonization?
Definitely. I mean, maybe one step back to add something to the strategy. I think what is really important as well is that we start to better also connect the different priority areas like ship, transport, energy. Sometimes they're a little bit isolated and they're or dealing with aspects, and we have so many overlaps right now. So the reality somehow developed further, and there's a good chance now, especially in the revision of the action plans, to somehow, I have no solution to be honest, but somehow make them even work together closer and really bring challenges together to the next stage and really overcoming them. back to decarbonization. So you see, I mean, ports originally business was transport, linking countries, trade, and so on. And now we're speaking about energy, being energy hub, sustainable energy hub. So also there, a complete rethinking takes place and brings a lot of challenges with that, especially also talking about sustainable fuels and the required space for them, which is much more than for the fossils. And this also creates then some implementations in that. Hamburg, to give you an example, we really reviewed our port development plan. We have a new one, which is very much also aligned to the EU aims, to the city aims, and decarbonization, and also providing energy to markets, and securing energy supply. And by that, a lot of actions now take place. We have been involved in a couple of European projects, also for common interest, and a lot of developments right now really are executed. So the studying phase more or less is over. What does not mean that we are sure that a specific fuel or sustainable energy carrier will be really the one we have to concentrate on. And this really is also challenging because we set up different infrastructure in the same place, not really sure what in the end is the key of that. Anyhow, so to somehow find common solutions and overcome also the huge complexity, we installed like a sustainable energy hub discussion forum where we bring together the different stakeholders actively working in projects for implementation to better understand their viewpoints, to better understand also their needs if it comes to port infrastructure, if it comes to links to the hinterland or to backbone systems, to be sure that we don't miss out something, because this is always a danger nowadays, that someone is starting a very good initiative, but in the end, a specific link is missing, and we try to overcome this. Then the Port of Hamburg designed a specific huge area to be prepared for the future of sustainable fuel handling, storage, but also distribution. We construct a green hydrogen hub, for example. Ammonia cracker is under preparation, and all the jetties and berths coming along with that. We have test trials and memorandum of understandings and using this infrastructure. We have kind of customers really want to make use of the energy coming there. And we also have to consider the national aims as well from Germany, where hydrogen should play a crucial role in future. And more or less the port landscape in Germany is asked to be ready also to import the requested demands, which also puts a lot of obligations to the board and really have the infrastructure ready in case needed, because blackout is not what we want to have for sure. And also there, the private investments takes place very rapidly now, so there's a lot of private investment from Mabanaft, for example, a huge company originally present in fossil fuels, but now turning the business and really set up infrastructure in Hamburg. And also on the terminal landscapes, a lot is happening. We have a big test field from the HHLA, the biggest terminal operator in our port, for example, where heavy machinery on the terminal surface is being tested and being decarbonized. A lot of hydrogen applications for gantry cranes, for ground vehicles, and so on. And this test field, by the way, is also open for others. So meaning that we also want to learn from others what's their experience. So we provide a kind of test field to push also stakeholders and really cooperating, because we can't do everything by our own, and see how the processes can be then also integrated in the real operation already today, and what kind of hiccups might be there in this transferring situation right now. So in future, just to give you an example, 30% of Germany's hydrogen requirement should come via the Port of Hamburg to the networks. And this is really much, speaking about 1.3 million tons in total if you transfer it to tons, and require specific infrastructure and investments as well. So a lot is happening there, and then for sure also a lot of low-hanging fruits are being tackled. Yeah? So electrification of terminal processes, onshore power supply for ships, and stuff like that, which is more or less standard for in any ports currently, but yeah, has to be done as well.
Very good. Getting back a bit to the strategy, I realize now when we talk, I said in the beginning that we will focus on the discussion around the policy area transport, but now we're sort of into many other policy areas as well, energy, ship, secure. So maybe, yeah, as you said, interlink these policy areas a bit more could be a way forward as well. Matthias, I think that everyone in the audience might not know that we have one of the world's environmentally friendliest ferries, is that to say a word, in the Baltic Sea region. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's also an interesting case, and also a show of the strength of the region, what they can achieve, because we had a situation entering the European Union that the tax-free sales were abolished, and that's created the situation that all the traffic went south, where they could use the Åland Islands exception and still use the tax-free sales on board. And that led to the situation that we suddenly had a crisis on the connection between our regions where we are active. So we started to initiate a project in relation to this with the help of Connecting Europe Facility, Motorways of the Sea, but also with Interreg, and draw plans to create the world's most environmental friendly in the world. And the ambition was never to build a ferry. The ambition was to unite the regions and to create regional growth through a well-functioning link that the industry and the people in the region could rely on, and also make sure that the regional industry could use it as a testbed for new innovation. And that has actually been a very great, successful story, and also a showcase of that. You cannot really always predict what the amount of passengers will be beforehand, before the infrastructure is in place. So this has been a great way to show that you can actually achieve big things by working together in a cross-border aspect in our region, and also make sure that the regional industry also have great use of it.
And you're working quite a lot in electric aviation as well, but that's something we will talk about right after this.
Of course, yeah, as we said, we are quite far from the capitals and really quite sparsely populated, but I won't use my speak now, that I will speak in the session afterwards. So welcome to that session as well, to hear more about electric aviation, what we have been doing in that field.
A bit of a commercial for next seminar as well. That's good. Okay, we have one more topic here before we end this session, and it's financing. Very important topic. We can collaborate as much as we want, but to get some new transport infrastructure in place, we need some financing. So a bit of an open question to you. We have this plan. We have it in the strategy, in the action plan. We have the European Transport Plan, the 10T. The budget is very limited. I don't think there is much money left in it in this budget period, which is until 2027. So in the next period, we don't know what we have yet. So ideas regarding financing, this is the moment. Matthias.
Yeah, I can start by stating that the first and the biggest problem in our region has been that always the development of infrastructure in cross-border section is always under-prioritized, because the planning phases and the calculation methodics are always on a national level. And that means that always in cross-border cooperation and in cross-border aspects, the infrastructure is under-prioritized. So that's the first thing that we have to do something about. Now I know that the Swedish Traffic Agency, together with Traficom, is looking into how to create common models for this, but this is one thing. And another thing is also that we have to start looking into synergies. In our case, for example, with other things going on in the region, for example, connecting the energy system in a more efficient way between Finland and Sweden. How could that be linked to the work with the fixed link, and could these have synergies? And also, you showed maps of offshore windmill parks, could these also play a role in this aspect? So we have to be innovative when talking about financing and start to look at new ways to finance critical infrastructure, and also sometimes not stare us blind at the normal CBA analysis, but also take these wider economic benefits into account. What does it mean for the green transition, and what does it mean for military mobility aspects? So we have to have a holistic approach on the financing part, and also we have to open up more for public-private partnerships. I'm quite convinced that we have to also have private money into certain infrastructure projects.
That is something they're looking into now, at least the Swedish government, I know.
Yeah, we also on a regional level have applied now money for Reinterreg to start looking at this more thoroughly, so fingers crossed that we get finance.
A project that has been very successful when it comes to EU financing is the Fehmarn Belt link. So Denmark, Germany doing this together. So I'm thinking the fixed link could be something similar with Finland and Sweden.
I think that's a very simple model that they use in the Fehmarn Belt, but that's thanks to the Danish government. So I think that this will be a more complex financing model in our case.
A combination of different types of financing. Any other thoughts regarding financing?
Yeah, I mean, we have discussed the east-westerly infrastructure there, of course. We have another founder as NATO.
Yeah.
There are some funds that you can actually apply to get some sub-funds there as well. So that is new for us at least. Yeah. So we need to look into that. And of course, it's not only on the land, it's also across the water. So we need to have like ice-breaking capacities to make it all the way.
Yeah. Sorry?
Yeah, I would concur the same message that my Swedish colleague here, that both EU and NATO have infrastructure funds, and planning them jointly, strategically to support the most important logistic and transportation routes, prioritizing the most important aspects would certainly, when you have sort of leverage from both sides, it would and should help to boost and improve the critical infrastructure that we need in the north. Then another aspect is that needs to be taken into account is that there is a prospect for a huge investment portfolio in Northern Europe when it comes to Sweden, Finland, and Norway. And on EU level, with EU level policy decision and policy decision making should be expectable in the way that those private companies that are looking into possibly investing in the north, that our EU official policy decisions would not fluctuate from one extreme to another, because if a private company is looking into investing possibly billions of euros into transforming an old technology into a newer one, into a cleaner one, there needs to be a window of opportunity which lasts longer than one electoral cycle, so that the company is ready to invest, and with supporting, encouraging investments and making sure that these investments really take place, we would de facto also them becoming a reality would create revenue that would help finance these critical infrastructure needs that we have in the north.
Stefan?
Hardly to add anything. I just can stress out once more that I totally also agree with the cost-benefit analysis, that maybe also a way forward, not only considering all these tons or containers being transported on a specific road, but as you said, also the welfare, the importance, the critical infrastructure aspects, which should be considered even more. And yes, infrastructure costs money, that's for sure, and sometimes we also have to be so honest that it costs money, and somehow also the investments should be stressed in these important infrastructure, because on the other hand, infrastructure always also creates some welfare and is used by the industry, by producing industry and so on. And as better as it is, the better they can also act on the world markets. So in a way also creating income, maybe not for themselves, but for the entire state, Europe, whoever. So yeah, but hardly to add any new stories on that. Yeah.
You mentioned NATO, and I know that on a European level there are military mobility corridors being established right now, and that will be linked to the EU budget and a special envelope for military mobility as well. So a message would maybe be to make sure that the EU budget is strong enough, and especially for infrastructure in the next budget period. We all agree?
Yeah.
I think we do. Okay. We have, I think we have time just for one more round. So just a bit of an open question, sort of one wish for the future when it comes to the Baltic Sea region, or what are most important next steps now in this collaboration and around this strategy and the action plan for policy area transport? Whoever has some ideas.
Not an idea, but a statement that we wish that everybody now realizes that we are in a new situation in the world, that we have to prioritize in a bit different way, and that would be accepted also by the cooperation parties around the Baltic Sea, because we are in this together, and we can only do this by supporting each other. So I think that's my main takeaway.
We're in this together.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I also already said that I see a lot of overlaps in the different priorities, and that we should try to somehow bring these priorities together to discuss specific challenges, themes, because then also other perspectives are regarded, can be considered in these specific priorities like transport again, and maybe better way forward being developed. I also would like to say that cooperation is really key in these times of complexity and these multi-level impacts we are facing, but also the way that we really want to become more sustainable, which is also absolutely needed. I mean, also myself, I don't want to live in a world which is heating up and heating up and heating up, and somehow something needs to be done there as well. So I think cooperation, better linking different traditional aspects, and then maybe also try to look to other regions about their best practices and so on, and not only concentrate on the own area, country, or whatever.
I think it's actually much easier to nowadays, after the war started, to discuss cooperation if we talked about redundancy. It's opened up the doors totally different way before and after that.
Yes.
And we should utilize and use this as a window to do things. I mean, for the infrastructure and things is good for the society in general, but we now have the opportunity to actually grab this opportunity.
Absolutely. We are sort of, all of us, countries and regions around the Baltic Sea, we share the same base in values of democracy and freedom, and this is a very moment in the history of this part of the world that we really need to capitalize on this unanimous approach and idea that what we need at the moment, even though we might have disagreements on day-to-day basis, like smaller issues, but I think that on larger and like major strategic points of view, we very much are in agreement with each other. like Ursula von der Leyen in the preface of her political guidelines stressed that like one guiding value for the next commission should be that the center of Europe's democracy holds and should hold, and we should in all our efforts to aim and bear that in mind.
Absolutely. Very nice words to end this session with. We're running out of time, but I think it was a really good discussion. I think we have given some input for the next action plan for the PA transport, and maybe for the other policy areas as well, or quite some of them at least. Collaboration is key. We mentioned the east-west connections several times, become much more important, but it's also important to get the north-south corridors in place now, as we see them here. So a good transport network in the Baltic Sea region. Something that was also mentioned is the role of the local and regional level when it comes to the strategy, and how can we be better involved in the work. We're happy to help. So thank you so much, all of you, for coming here and participating in this session, and to everybody who joined us here and been streamed as well. Thank you, and a warm hand of applause.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So, thank you, Lotta. And now there is again workshops going on for 1.5 hours, and then it's a coffee break. But you also know that there's always possibility to have coffee or tea or water. I also want to announce that tonight it's a sitting dinner. People have come to me and asked, it's written networking dinner, and maybe some people think that it's just bar tables and some finger food, but it's actually a full